Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Well, I say welcome back, actually. Hello, because we've been away for such a long time. It kind of feels like it's a new day, but yeah, welcome to day, what, 1.5 of today's action here at the CCT Series 10 Europe. We have one more best of 3 coming up. Of course, it was postponed a little bit, so we're starting a little bit late, but thankfully, we have a banger of a matchup coming in. A CAS derby, a Russian derby between the sides of Spades and Insilio is going to be our final game of the day. But to start it off the gate, it's been such a long time, so why not give our audience a little bit of a reminder on what actually happened in the first 3 best of 3s?
Oh, yeah, no, we had some fantastic action going on today, one of which was, of course, Gaming Gladiators absolutely raking through Sampy. That was their most previous match that they won out 2-0, doing it in a staggering fashion as well. 13-5, 13-3, which is quite brutal, to say the least. Of course, Permita found success against the squad of Revenant, able to do it in 2-1. Of course, that is due to a first map forfeit from Revenant, which is a bit unfortunate. But we did see Ancient go the way of Revenant, with Nuke being closed up by Permita to take it in a 2-1 fashion. Of course, looking at the Sinners Alliance match, that was in the beginning of the day, oh so long ago now, we see 2-0 out of them. Able to go 13-8, 16-12 in overtime on the maps of Dust 2 and Anubis. They moved on in a stellar way as well to go ahead and put themselves 2-0 in the Swiss. But of course, it's that time. It's time to look at the final match of the day. Looking to see which team is able to move on and progress forward to get themselves in that 2-0 Swiss stage position, and it will be dropping down into 1-1. Insilio along with Space. Which one is it going to be?
That's the question, right? This is it is going to be a pretty exciting game, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really looking forward to this one. We're gonna start it off with the lineups. Obviously, on one hand, we have Insilio looking like one of the more solid CAS size on the rise, coming out of the tier 3 scene, I'd say, in the last couple of months. Obviously, I think towards the start of the year, or towards the end of 2023, when they lost Xanter to Nemiga, that was a bit of a hit, because he was definitely the big star of the team. But now you have a good core of players that have been together for a little bit longer. Obviously, you have Sugar now fitting in those aggressive roles. You have Pip W, who's ready to take the initiative whenever needed. You have Polt, with bringing in all the experience from his pretty long career, to be fair to him.
Yeah.
As the lurk position, some of the star roles as well on CT, getting a lot of freedom, getting a lot of room to work with, so to speak. And that Insilio team, regardless of the tough first round matchup that they had against Fatbet, which was a bit of a surprise in my opinion, I feel like consistency has been a big issue with those guys, so you never know what you're gonna get, but we know that on a good day they can put up a pretty good fight.
Yeah, no, that's certainly the case. Of course, we do need to look at the other side of the coin. That is the side of Team Space. Of course, this roster, they've been together for a good amount of time at this point, but they haven't had the greatest success in the world as of late. I mean, the core of this roster has been together for about a year's time on Team Space, but, I mean, just taking a look at this roster, we can go ahead and start to break down what Team Space is starting to look like, because I mean they have made a couple of changes, a couple of different players going in and out, and certainly as soon as we see them on the screen, we should be able to go ahead and talk about them a little bit more.
So, switch. I'm gonna trigger it with a magical sentence. Are you ready? We
I'm
switch
ready.
to Team Space lineup in 3, 2, 1. That failed miserably. Okay.
Yeah, no, that didn't work.
Apparently, we're not going to switch to Team Space's lineup.
Yeah, apparently not.
I'm going to read it out. We have X5. Oh,
there it
all right.
is.
Yeah, there they are. The boys, the squad. Alrighty. So we have Fozu, we have X5, we have Trunic, we have Danis, and we have Vert to round it out. All in all, I think this is actually probably the most exciting Team Space lineup that I think I've ever seen. Obviously, seeing Danis get removed from Bedboom a couple months ago, things didn't work out for him then. He's back to being an Oper, which he originally was. Obviously, on Bedboom, he was rifling. He was being a little bit more supportive. Now he's the big star of the show. You have X5. Everyone remembers him from his time on Parivision, of course, his time on K23 previously, a couple of years ago. A lot of aggressive riflers, a lot of guys that can hit hard. Trunic is another name to be mentioned. So, all in all, a team that, you know, I guess it's the same conversation we're going to be having. The same alongside the one that we had about Insilio. Lack of consistency is always going to be an issue for those teams.
Yeah.
Playing all those tournaments at all times for Team Space. This is 2 CCTs in a row that they couldn't even make it out of the group stage, going 1 and 3 in the most recent one, and then 2 and 3 in the one prior. So for them, it would be absolutely massive to get a 2-0 result and potentially make it out in the playoffs. And Insilio have been able to get out to those playoff stages a little bit more, but now with the newer additions of Team Space, with players like X5, like Danis, like Fozu, like Trunic, like Vert, you gotta be dreaming about at least making it into the round 1 of the playoffs. And for them to get a second win here, make it nice, make it comfortable, have 3 consecutive chances to go into the playoffs would be a dream come true, pretty much.
Yeah, no, it definitely would be. I look forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do coming up into this best of 3, but we do need to take a look at what this best of 3 is going to comprise of. The veto is going to be coming up on the screen now. Of course, as the first 2 bans come out, what do you expect this first map to be?
I mean, you're probably looking at a pretty similar one to last time around. Ancient, Mirage, probably the first 2 maps for those 2 teams. Nuke and Vertigo, we're never going to see those 2 teams played against each other around 20 days ago. That was in the Winlight Inside Season 4. Insilio won that one 2-0. It was an Ancient pick coming in from Insilio. A Mirage pick coming in from Team Space back then, as we said, 13-9, 13-9. And this is exactly what we're getting here. Back then, the decider was Overpass. We didn't really get back to it.
Yeah, we don't have that anymore.
Yeah, no, we don't have Overpass. So it's going to be Anubis. But I actually... Well, did I say that was 20 days ago? That was 1 year ago. I got horribly mistaken. Yeah, no, that was in CSGO. That was what I was gonna build my entire narrative around, by the way. I don't know why I said month ago, but yeah, last time around those 2 teams played against each other. Xanthor was still on Insilio. Danis, X5 were not around. It was pretty much different lineups for both teams, right? A couple players staying, but it was CSGO. It was different. Well, it was CS2, but it was different format, different map pool. Overpasses the decider. Now we don't have that as an option, so we're gonna go to an Anubis, which I think could be quite exciting, considering that both teams have had some mixed results, but alright performances all in all. Anubis is actually the most played map for Insilio. It is the number 2, I believe, leveled up alongside Nuke for Space, so if we get to it, it's going to be pretty exciting. But I think if you're Team Space, your game is probably going to be focused on the fact that Ancient should be a heavily punishable pick for Insilio, and then if you go to that Mirage, you need to convert. The more of a fight you put up on map number 1, great, but I feel like in this game specifically, when you think about the recent forms of both 2 teams and how they've been a little bit shaky, there's been a lot of 2-0s, not too many 3-mappers for Space. For Space specifically, by the way, their last 7 best of 3s I think ended after 2 maps, and it's either them winning 2-0 or losing 2-0. So I feel like that map number 1 is going to have a lot of weight to it. And Team Space, even if they end up losing Ancient, which is probably there is a big chance of happening, they got to focus on putting up at least a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what sort of fight is put up, especially as we head into our first map. It's the time for Ancients, of course, Team Space on the CT side, and Insilio on the T. And without further ado, the T-sided pistol round for Insilio is heading over towards B. For the time being, it's going to be decently slow. Don't necessarily look to overdo it just yet. Now, as they make their way around, there are 3 players in cave that they need to deal with. Pip W. Waiting to see if any early aggression comes out. A couple of shots get fired off over there towards Donut. Trying to see if it pulls players from other positions. Take that aggression from them, of course. X5G wing around this corner is going to swing here in a moment. Noise being made. Watches them pass. It's, ooh! Able to go ahead and find out at least one. Does get traded. Fade it. Good for a double. Of course, Pulp finds a frag as well, living it all down to DeSantos along with Trueneck. And this is back down into this 2v4. I doubt they go for this. This retake in this fashion would just be a little bit too brutal to even make the attempt at, which would be a bit of a shame.
Yeah, it doesn't look justifiable. You have 2 sets of armors, you can hold on to those. You can potentially try and play for a couple exit kills, but next round you can get those players on guns. You can potentially go for a force buy, especially if you're able to get a couple exit kills here, but it's a pretty good start for Insilio, all in all. We had that conversation. Polt is that type of a player that I would just describe as a menace, and I think him being on a good start is a bad thing, obviously, for the opposing team. Faded with a good double as well. That angle from X5 in towards the cave is something that you don't see every day of the week, and not a lot of people know that if you go on the right-hand side and you actually hug the wall, you could get overlooked. You kind of blend in with the wall, right? But it's a pretty unconventional one, and unless you let everybody cross beside you, you're not going to be able to get more than one out of that position. Most of the time, someone's going to stumble across you, someone's going to see you. It's a pretty unorthodox one. Of course, in buy rounds, not as valuable as a lot of people would Molotov cave, and you know, if you start burning in that corner, you're pretty much dead. Still, 2 sets of armor held onto, 1 FAMAS in play, 2 FAMASes actually in play, 1 MP9, a couple pistols, force buy coming in for team space. So this one, pretty much valuable as 2 rounds here. It kind of counts as 2.
It really does, because, I mean, the loser of this one is going to be completely broken to the next. Team Space would love to get themselves the upset here to possibly play for the tie and then the lead. That would be the ideal world for them. Of course, Faded's putting down a lot of pressure over the Donut, making a lot of noise over there on purpose. Meanwhile, there are players from Insilio waiting around over there towards that B site. It looks like that engagement could be looking to come through in just a few minutes. Of course, Faded around the corners, gonna fire off a couple of shots, get some good tags on the Trueneck. Ooh, Fuzzle, there you go. What a way to do it. That leaves it down to a 5v4. Now looks for a little bit more, and it's DeSantis. It's able to follow it up. Hey, we're starting to see things really starting to shape up here for Team Space. We do see it traded down, of course, into a 43. That advantage is still going the way of Team Space, at least for the time being. But of course, Insilio not gone down without a fight. HE goes out, swinging through the smoke. We see FPS making his way up. He's trying to isolate these fights, and as he starts things off on the Fuzzle, it leaves it down to 3v3 for the retake.
It's not going to be an easy one. You don't have a kid to work with. You're putting a lot on Danis' shoulders on that flank. He needs to win the fight against Polt, but it's going to be such a difficult one. Polt is just playing an off angle. It's so difficult to hard clear, and we're not going to see it in real time, but Polt's still able to get that kill. That should be quite enough for the T's to secure the round, all in all. Tip W shuts down X5, and no guns held on to by the CT side. So as we said, what we were kind of afraid of when it came down to Team Space's chances going forward has come into fruition. Insilio picking up that second round, a fairly clean one. It did look a little bit tricky there at the start with the opening kills going in favor of the CTs, but really nicely controlled, and now a pretty harsh reset coming in. Gives us a little bit of time to talk about why Insilio was actually considered a heavy favorite into this game. Obviously, Insilio, one of the teams that played the RMR close qualifier. Unfortunately, couldn't make it into the RMR itself, but played to Ancients back then. 1-1 against Amiga, lost 1 to Big, but you're looking at some of the recent results, and by recent, I mean only in August they played it a handful of times. Have been able to beat teams like OneWin, Metisport, Montigen, Alternate Attacks, Nemiga as well, as we already mentioned, and they've lost it only to 3 teams, which are Ruby, Arcret, and Big. Now, one thing that's worth mentioning is the fact that both Arcret and Ruby are CAS teams as well. So there could be a bit of a conversation had there. Obviously, they beat Nemiga, so we can't really say that they're struggling against every single rush under a CAS lineup, right? But usually, especially when it comes down to the tier 2, outskirts of tier 2, tier 3 level, most of those teams are going to be pretty familiar with each other. The players, the teams will know how their opponents approach the game. So yeah, quite a lot of upsets. Most of the time, it's just going to be a coin toss pretty much when teams of that caliber face off.
Well, we'll see how they're able to do here because, I mean, this is looking like a bit of an upset round could be coming through. They got the initial damage off by Team Space. See one player falling away. Yes, tag down 55. Ooh, the Hallucinator, hello! Able to go up in a big old way. X5G comes up as well, and oh no! Team Space, that's the way to do it! Able to find themselves a massive upset into the round.
What the hell was that from Hasinator? Of course, we didn't address the elephant in the room. Playing with a stand-in, something that we didn't really see in the pre-game as well. And Hasinator actually played with them in their most recent best of 3 as well. So it's not something entirely new for Team Space, right? He did play in the previous game that they had, and of course he is replacing Vert, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the case. Yeah, he is replacing Vert. But yeah, what a way to join the server, right? Around that you weren't supposed to pick up, and it's pretty much put the economy of Insilio in shambles early on. We're downgraded to 2 AKs, 3 pistols to play with. Almost no U2 either. It's not gonna be an easy one. You're hoping for Team Space to give you something to work with. But I guess that gives us a little bit of time to talk about Hasinator. Of course, 19 years of age, used to play on Spirit Academy in 2022.
Yeah.
That's where the majority of you might know him from. He's played the last 3 best of 3s in a row for Team Space. That was one of the questions on whether they'd be playing with Vert today or Hasinators on a bit of a trial, which at this point might be the case, seeing him play 4 consecutive best of 3s.
And I mean, at least from what we're seeing right now, he's had himself a promising moment there. I mean, he's the reason that round turned into their favor for them to go ahead and take up the first. And now they're in a great position to play for the tie here in the 4th. It's massive.
A quick correction, by the way. This is his number 5.
Okay, this is number 5. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I mean, it's great to see him performing that sort of role for him to go ahead and get a bit of an upset. And now, as we do see the set to start things up, the trade on X5G sinks through. Of course, Pulse with a AK. It's tempting it a little bit more, but won't be able to finish one off. Of course, we do see Fade it, grab himself a Galil. The Tech 9 does the trick. But now, as we do leave it down into this 3v3, ooh, he's selling the fake towards A.
Yeah, the bubbles in front of B this entire time. That was just a ruse, and now they're gonna realize it. One player's still in towards the tempo. He's gonna get cleared out. There's no way Faded does anything else, but he's done his part. Now it's all about getting the kills. Pip W, up close and personal. Flash is not gonna blind him. That's a banger of a shot coming in from Sugar's Deke. And it should be enough to make Trunic realize this round has just slipped right through his fingertips. He's still gonna give this one a bit of a go. White Pea comes in. Sugar with another lightning quick bullet. On such a tight angle as well. Impressive stuff.
I have to say, this is super unfortunate for the side Team Space. This was a round that we fully expected them to win, just based on the fact that I was like, alright, Insilio, they're stuck down to pistols. We see picked up weapons on Team Space. They got Galils, they've got AKs even. We're looking at CT side of weapons as well, and now we should be looking at 2-2. And instead, we see a major upset. We see, who was it? It was Fossil come up in a big way. Or not Fossil, sorry, but Fada come up in a big way over there towards the A site, or the B site rather, where he's able to go ahead and draw a lot of attention and allow them to go ahead and execute upon it to get planted, then hold it down, and it just all fell apart. And I mean, it's a bit of a shame to see. We'll have to see if Team Space can possibly crawl their way back into this, but I mean, if they drop this round, their economy is going to be in the dumpster.
Yeah, it's pretty much a do or die early on for the CT side, and that's not a great way to start it. It's a good refrag coming in from Tunic, but still 1-for-1, favoring the T's at this point. And now you know the A-bomb side must be a little bit weakened. Spotted those 2 players fighting for shelf, killed the first one. A player still backing off, and Tunic. Hasinator has been a little bit isolated in the meantime and towards the cave. The T's still not really being too decisive with how they want to approach this one. Eyes on A main though. This is the fight. Bolt doesn't manage to get the kill. That could have been probably the avenue back into the round. Now they've realized probably that Trunic was alone, but rotations are going to start coming in. And regardless of Trunic going down... Oh, actually, never mind. It's not regardless. Because of Trunic going down, Foso's going to be isolated. He goes down, and suddenly this round is just flipped its head.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely has. We're down into a 2v3, of course. We do see Polt just incredibly low, and as a Planks, is officiated. Now we're going to be seeing the retake have to come through. This has to work out here. I mean, if it doesn't, I mean, we're going to be seeing a broken team space. Well, now as we see them back off to save over the 2 rifles, it's going to be Insilio going ahead and putting a 4th on the board.
Yeah, and this is already looking like a bit of a scary start for Team Space. As we pointed out, the worst thing that could happen for that team is early on for Insilio to get momentum on Enshin. We know they can roll on this map. Even if you want to go back to 2023 when they still had Xanter on the team, when it was a totally different Insilio lineup. I mean, I say totally different. There's a couple of the names that are still here that were back then, of course. We're talking Pip W that's been here for around 2.5 years. We're talking Pole that's been here for nearly 2 years now, and FPS has been here for 1 year. But people like Faded, like Sugar, even before that, even because I've got some memories of Insilio 2022, maybe 2023 at the start. They were still a team that was pretty decent on Enshin. I remember at one point Insilio was on the come up, playing a lot of ESEA Advanced. Enshin was always their go-to, and it was always the map on which they could do the most damage. So if you're Team Space, what I'm trying to say pretty much is you gotta take every single chance that is gonna get given to you, because there's not gonna be too many of them.
I mean, I definitely agree with you when it comes down to that. I would love to see the retake attempts come into that previous round. I also understand them going ahead and backing off to carry over that up.
Oh, no, I'm not questioning that decision. I think the save here was the right decision. I'm speaking in general. More.
I mean, but I would have liked to see them make the attempt, because, I mean, we saw Polt just incredibly low. He was, I think, 5
Yeah, but you're in North America.
And the other players...
You folks just go for every single retake out there.
Okay.
I'm not taking that as a serious argument. I'm sorry. You retake everything.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, I mean, come on now. How are you supposed to win games? No, just kidding. I'm kidding. Don't look at the recent results. Anyway, we'll see some shots ring through. X5G able to go ahead and find himself a nice little flank kill. That's Polt being eliminated. And just like that, they have themselves an extra rifle to use at nearly no cost.
And W needs that kill. Gets it. Hastinator will go down. Bomb is still dropped in T-spawn though. And this is a little bit of a tricky one. X5, if they take a little bit more time, is going to be in prime position to try and fight this off. They should know. They should be aware of the possibility, but timing is going to be everything in that one. And he's been spotted out, doing a little bit of damage. Gotta make sure they trade it for the bomb site itself. And at this point, you don't really feel safe sending the bomb up the ramp. You gotta take the long route through cave. This is a really awkward round.
It's a bit of an awkward round, especially with how low these players are. I mean, just like that, Truenig finding one through the smoke down the Pip W, it leaves things in jeopardy quite high here for the side of Insilio. We're going to be seeing the retake attempt to look to come through this go-round. Opshot does ring out, FPS able to ring out, gets tagged down rather low at 16, still survives, but into the 3v3 now. Sugar. Don't check his back line. He's going to be able to catch out X5G. Truenig finds a frag there with 5-7. Makes his way up, finds a second as well. Leaves it all down to FPS. FPS with the up in hand. He's going to have to make something happen. Baits out the op shot, moves his way forward. Nearly finds it, but doesn't do it. That's such a shame. We'll see a nice little round there for Team Space to take up. Maybe.
It's going to be close.
I think so. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
No kid. Yeah, that's why Dallas was sprinting away. That was really close. That must have been a stick right in the moment when the music on the 10-second timer starts playing, and you just don't know. That was enough.
I thought for sure they had it.
Yeah, baiting out the op shot, being able to actually cross towards the back of the side and get that diffuser off the bomb the initial time. That was what won them the round.
Yeah, no, beautifully done. Well, I suppose that is super unfortunate for Team Space. That was a very harrowing round, and I mean, when it comes down to it now, we do see them on the full buy. They were on a bit of a save round there in the previous, so this is the round that you really want to win. So, even with dropping that round as close as it was well worth the investment that they had, which was basically none. So, coming into this one, if they can pull off something like that again, except with everybody on full rifles firing on all cylinders, we're going to be looking at a great little round for them to try and take up.
Yeah, that's a good play from Pip W, though. Thing is, the CTs realized that was just a solo play. Unfortunately, Fade has taken all that space that his teammate created in towards B, and right now he's not seeing absolutely anything. So, there's two case scenarios right now. Either Fade wins another fight and clears out B and calls them back, or he's going to continue selling the fake. Oh no. Starting to back off. Molotov going to be a little bit off with the timing. First kill goes in favor of Zagev, though, and they have plenty of bodies still in towards that A-bomb site. This is so odd if you're Insilio, by the way. You get 1 kill on B, you have one more player that's putting a lot of pressure, and somehow they still have 3 guys on A, and Faded might still be able to win the round for you. Oh, never mind. Fozo winning the fight with only 18 HP to spare, and early on,
I thought for sure.
I don't want to be that guy, but I want to say this game is going to be complete and utter carnage.
Yeah, no, I mean, it really is. We're seeing Insilio having themselves a couple of really strong rounds in a row now, but, of course, Team Space with that round, they looked pretty concise with how they played that. So we're definitely going to be looking forward to seeing what Team Space put together into the upcoming rounds, especially as Insilio are broke into this one. They're most likely going to be playing for a bit of a save. Maybe they force up here, save the next, but, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what sort of rounds do come up. But as this tactical pause comes to a close, Team Space just taking a moment just to breathe and think off the back of that win.
Yeah, this is a little bit scrappy. And I mean, it's not the first game today for Insilio. You already played Cloud9, by the way, and that's the reason I'm expecting. I hope they put up a good performance, because you know how when you're playing against a team that's of a really high caliber, and Cloud9 is probably as high as it gets outside of, let's say, the top 5, top 10, as of right now, which is a wild thing to say, top 10 when it comes down to Cloud9 with the players they have, but this is an entirely different conversation. Then you go back into online competition, and if you're still in the same mood, if you're still in the same zone that you were when you were playing against those guys, then you could feel like the game is just working out really, really well for you. Thing is, that could have been a bit of a frustrating one. Don't know if you followed that one. That was in the Thunder Big, but they had a 9-3 lead on map 2 and still ended up losing it in regulation 13-11. So I guess it's a fair point to make that today hasn't been the best of days for Insilio so far. So I guess getting on your own nerves could be a bit of a factor. And for Team Space, they've played a game as well, but they pretty much well, I was gonna say they wiped the floor with Aurora Youngblood. It wasn't really a floor wiping, as map 1 went to double OT, but they were still able to kill Aurora Youngblood earlier today. So if you're taking that into consideration, goodness gracious me, yeah, forget about all of that. Sugar's insane.
Yep, Sugar able to go ahead and crack onto the site, leaves the side of Insilio in a great position. They got 2 rifles to use, of course, Pulse, Sugar holding on to those picked up weaponry, of course. Pip W still on Tech 9, he's most likely going to be playing his bait. That HE gonna land right onto Sugar, gets some damage, tags it on to 56, but as we do see Hansenair making his way up, he finds a kill. Sugar able to swing off of it, finds the kill, leaves it down to a 2v2. Now making their way up, still one player to make his way forward. Flashbang, going to slow things down, he's able to swing for the opposite side, leaving it all down to Fozel. Fozel, last man standing, dealt with as well in a supreme hold held by the side of Insilio, finding an upset and not allowing Team Space any room to get themselves a 3rd round.
That's fantastic from Sugar. I'm not gonna lie, that was... I didn't expect that to happen in a round like this one. I don't think they did either. You go for the tactical timeout right now. You know this is a full reset potential for Team Space after you just snatched that one away. That was... I still have no explanation. Sugar is absolutely crazy. And you know, bringing in Sugar into the team, I feel like there was always going to be a little bit of questions around it, considering he replaced Xanter. I know that was a while ago now. I know that's 9 months ago, but still, I'm holding Xanter to such a high standard. And Sugar's not a new name on the scene either. He used to play on Webster's, Boston Crab, Aurora back in 2022, played on teams like AVE and GMT back in 2020, 2021 online era. So it's not like you're getting something that you can't see come through, but I feel like he's starting to find a bit of a new form here with that Insilio lineup, and this is probably the most organized team that he's ever played on.
I would maybe say so. I mean, he's definitely played on some decent rosters. I mean, his short stint on Aurora would have been fairly put together, but for the most part, it'll be interesting to see how he completely.
It's a different Aurora to the one of today.
Is it?
Well, it was in 2022. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, no, it is. You're right. Yeah, I suppose the Aurora of today has a lot more money.
I mean, I wouldn't put it that way. I'd say Aurora now has a little more proven players because they build them up, but it's just different players, different results.
That's very true. That's very true. But of course, as we do get into this, we do see some hunting going on from both these squads. Hansenair able to find a nice little flying kill there. Results in putting it into their favor here for the retake. Of course, the timer's ticked down to half, so I wonder if they've done this a little bit too late. That's a big whiff, though.
No, that's not winnable. They don't have the time. Even if they get a couple kills, surely they... Did they have a...
Oh my god, they
just
did
got a
it.
hit?
I can't believe that.
Was that dropped somewhere on the side? It must have been. Right.
That's insane. Like,
yeah. If you're Insilio, you're gonna regret this one.
Yeah, no, I mean, that whiff out of FPS cost them the round right there. He was holding over there watching for that back lane position. He was watching for them to come up from CT. He misses the initial shot, retreats back to try and get himself into ramp. There's a player that comes up cave, cuts him off on that rotation, and then just like that, the rest of his team just gets picked apart before they're even able to activate. We saw that as, like, it was a 3v4 retake, and I think all three on Team Space were alive at the end. So, I mean, like, again, that's a brutal retake. I don't know how they do that. I couldn't make that happen in a million years. But,
well,
I mean, it
shall I
worked.
use the same argument?
Uh-oh.
Can I use the region card as well?
Don't use the region. Don't use the region. Come on now.
I'm not gonna justify with the region card, alright?
Yeah, plus that was a 3v4 retake. So, I mean, come on now. That's something that NA goes for every time.
And how does it go for NA every time?
Well, in NA, pretty well.
You know, it's funny you say that. There's a Brazilian team qualifying for the RMR through the NA qualifier.
I mean, that's legacy.
It's a Brazilian lineup.
Like, yeah.
So apparently,
that's
even in NA, it doesn't go well for NA, does it?
I mean, they were the only Brazilian team to get through. There were two.
They were the only Brazilian. Right.
Yeah, I mean, there was competition. I mean, they came in at the bottom as well. It's not like they did it flawlessly. Wildcard, Boss, Fluffy Aimers, Legacy, and then Fluffy Aimers Legacy play tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're not really helping your region's case right now.
I'm just saying. Like, come on now.
Right. Insilio, able to bounce back pretty nicely on the back of the previous one, and you know this is what matters in the end of the day. You're on the T side, you're gonna get a minimum of 7 rounds here, unless Pozo pulls off a 1 versus 3. But if the last one was supposed to be impossible, then this is out of the realms of reality. So yeah, make of that what you will. Pozo already, of course, accepting the idea. So just gonna look for a couple exits, maybe a nice little pickup here or there. Not sure what state the money of Team Space is in right now, but pretty sure holding on to that AK would be a bit of a welcome bonus, especially considering he's got the almost full bout of utility. Gonna get mollied off. Gonna survive the bomb explosion at least, but if you're in Insilio, you're already happy. I mean, a couple rounds probably that you probably thought you should have picked up went against you, but you still have 7 rounds on the T side. You're in with a pretty good chance to even get 8. And if they get 8 rounds, you're pretty much 1 pistol round away from running away with your map pick right now. And yeah, taking a look at the money, it is alright. Everything's fine.
No, it's looking pretty decent for the squad of Insilio when it comes to their funds as well. Of course, now looking at Team Space. Yeah, if you're looking at Team Space, I mean, if they lose this one, though, they're going to be a bit more in a dire strait. You've got DeSantis buying all the way down to 0.
Oh, it's the final round of the half, so it's fine.
Yeah. Well, that's true, that's true.
Yeah, they'll have no guns. I think that's a safe statement to make. They'll have no guns in the pistol round. Even if they win.
Now is the... Yeah. Yeah, no, it will be customized. But regardless, we do see them starting to advance their way up. A couple of picks coming through immediately. FPS already dealt with. We see Fade incredibly low. HE will do the trick to finish him off if they have that positioning. Well, this is decently slow. Not really overdoing it just yet. We'll see Fossil tapping up a couple of shots. Doesn't connect up with the frag, but he definitely gets off a little bit of damage on the sugar. Pip W taking a little bit as well. Right now, I'm questioning why they're taking so much time here at this B side. There's just a lot of spam fire going on back and forth. They don't have any control over towards A. They have one player watching from mid. He's not necessarily too committed into it. Meanwhile, we're going to see Team Space start to take up a lot of space there.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quite convenient. And I like that from T-Space. You get that opening kill, you open up the distance, of course. Boat is gonna get a refrag through the smoke. Well, that's probably not supposed to happen. It's probably not how Counter-Strike works, but that's gonna force the CTs to hold that aggressive stance into escape. And this round just collapsed right in front of our very eyes. Danis,
Yeah.
one man left in towards that B-bomb site. Open hand, picks up the first one, probably not ready. Pretty upfront angle from Faded, gonna get refragged, and now you spotted out and dealt with the final player as well. So Insilio getting 8 rounds on the T side of their mapping of Enshin. Danis with a respectful, really respectful 14-6 performance here on the CT side. Unfortunately for his teammates and his team in general, not enough to muster up more than 4, and that might not be enough for the second half either.
We'll see if they can go ahead and turn things around. I mean, of course, like you're saying, there are some players that are underperforming. Just to highlight one in particular, that's Fossil, that's been playing a little bit rough into their CT side. Of course, coming into the T side, he could be able to go ahead and really turn it up in a nice way. But ultimately, as we get back on the way, pest around going live, Insilio here on the CT side, they should be looking to try and close things out. But I will say there's a decent amount of wiggle room to work with if your team stays. So, I mean, if you drop this pistol, it'd be best if you didn't. But if you do, you still have a chance to get back into things. Not all is completely lost.
Nope. Setup into Warzone is looking really good for the CT side, though. One player just hiding between, or behind the last box is FPS, and I believe it's Sugar who's going to be taking first point of contact any moment now. The D's go out. Sugar trying to bait them out. Eyes on the last box player. Oh my god, Sugar! And there's no Sugar left for Team Space in this round. He took it all. What a triple. That was as clean as it gets. FPS didn't get a single kill, by the way, from that bait position, but it doesn't make a difference. Trunic and X5, this round is still doable, but Sugar has put Insilio in a great spot. Thing is, they pretty much left A, and Polt is the only one who has a bit of an eye on it. He's playing really deep into our CT. That's going to allow the bomb to go down at least, surely.
I suppose they were expecting a bit of a rotate to come through. Of course, Trunic making his way up is going to go ahead and possibly look to clear this.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Ooh, that's the information. X5G able to go ahead and capitalize upon it. He made his way through CT. Now, one thing to note is Trunic, of course, has the bomb. X5G playing into CT. He's going to look for this first one. Pip W, just already backed off, not necessarily wanting to overdo it. This is going to allow him to get into a very tenuous position. They're both coming from CT. This is going to be a bit of a fight. X5G over at Crest, eliminated, and that's the Trunic to get himself a kill, but Pip W is there for the cleanup. And that was a very hairy round to be taken, but certainly it goes the way of Insilio.
I don't mind the approach from Team Space. It's just extremely unfortunate. It's not a bad way to play it out. You planted the bomb for yourselves, you push into CT, you spot out one player, you're just not expecting the second guy to come in so late from Red Room, but if that was a 2 versus 1, you isolate that fight, even if you get the refrag, it's a 1 versus 1, and the remaining CT, if he decides to go Donut there and not to play it alongside his teammate, it's just good due diligence from Insilio. He's gonna be down to a 1 versus 1, coming out of Donut, no smoke, no kit. It would have been a pretty winnable round, and still, at least they were able to get themselves into a bomb site and get a plan. So, force buy coming in. This is pretty much the map on the line, and by the looks of things, putting all your money on an A-rush.
No, they certainly are, and I mean, we will see Sugar get off a little bit of damage. He's able to tack down Hostinator quite low, find out DeSantis falls as well. Of course, Colt able to find one through the smoke. They try and get a little bit of extra spam off, but reroutes immediately, getting themselves here into Temple. We'll see Pip W find one. The double swing works out nicely for Pip W to get himself a second into the round. And as the bomb is denied, we will see double digits on the board. And Insilio, that's 10 within 2, putting themselves at map point.
Yeah, this map. Can I already say this map is over?
I mean,
I'm asking you.
Team Space, I think they have a chance. A singular chance once they get into the next rifle round to make a run of rounds. But it is a single chance. I don't expect them to pull things out crazily.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna let you be the optimistic one. I'm gonna be Mr. Negative. Although in my book, that's gonna stand as Mr. Realistic. Insilio running away with this. Only question is how many rounds Team Space win from here on out in my book.
I mean, I've seen crazier things out things. That's all I'll say.
Sure, yeah, by the way, the other day I saw Zero Tenacity and Rhino play 64 rounds on Vertigo, so you know what?
Yeah.
Some mad things happen in online Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Is never count things out. You could
You know
all of a
that
sudden
entire
just
map
see
actually took
Insilio
2
just-
hours and a half. That Vertigo
I
took
can
2 hours and a
imagine.
half.
I would lose my mind if I was on that cast. I'll be
No, I
honest with
didn't
you.
cast it. I didn't cast it, thankfully. I just saw it happen.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I would start to lose. I'd be like, all right, we need a break to go get like water. Man.
Alrighty.
Well, there's Paul.
They need a break from Polt, yeah. He's starting to warm up, and as we said, he's that type of a player that can be extremely proactive around the map. He's that type of a guy that's just gonna pop off in positions that you're not expecting him to pop off from, and always gonna be mobile, always gonna be looking for that contact, always gonna be at the right place, at the right time, and this one is gonna be no different. 4 kills for both, 14 and 8. Clean anti-eco. You lose only one player, it's not gonna be that big of an issue, so you can put FPS on the nope, everybody else on M4s. Things not looking too bad. Actually lost 2 players. Well, yeah, that's not an idea, Eco. Yeah, scratch that. But still, you have good enough money on 3 of those CTs, so you're not gonna get easily reset if you lose only 1 round. Team space.
Yeah.
Let's see what you've got.
Yeah, but like I said, this is the round where we have to see Team Space win. If Team Space win this, they have the chance. And it is a slim chance, but there is the chance. This is online CS, they could make the run back. But regardless, we're going to be seeing this played out decently slowly. Team Space, they know that things hang in the balance. They know that this is their one shot at redemption into the map. But, Fade it, playing aggressive. Gets one, jumps back, is able to retreat. Ooh. He had the right idea with the spam, just not the right crosshair placement.
Oh my god, I thought that was the
got
over.
that for a second. Dude, FPS, that would have been mental. Regardless, X5G falls as well. Fuzzle finds himself a kill, and now he's into a 1v3. The chance seems to be slipping away. He's got a minute on the clock, and he's got the bomb as well. These players are separated, so if he can isolate these fights, it's doable, but he's got to isolate it, and he's got to win them out handedly as well. Unfortunately for him, there is a bit of reinforcements arriving on the B site, or in the back of the B site, rather. And as he isolates that engagement, spots it out, he gets the information on one. He knows where one player is, doesn't know where the other 2 is. The problem for him is FPS is watching this rotate.
The problem for him, he's probably going to be dead the moment that he makes contact on the B-bomb side. Even if he doesn't go down to that initial player, Refract is going to come in, and Sugar is straight up winning that fight as well. Sugar has been really good when it comes down to 1 versus 1. I mean, you're talking about Paul, Sugar. Those players have been able to get away with multi-kills from multiple situations that you're probably not expecting them to, and yeah. Can I say it now?
Yeah, you can say it now.
Alright, this map is over. It's done, so. That's
Yeah,
it.
it's over.
Curtains.
It's over, unless Trunic decides and Hazaner do something absolutely mental now. It's gonna have to be, like, just such
You know what's
round.
the thing? He has to do
What?
something mental 8 times.
Yes.
In a row.
Yes, they do. I mean, maybe they could. Who knows? Who knows? It's probably not happening, but who knows? Anyway.
Wow.
See them starting to make their way around. A couple of spam shots ringing through there for Insilio, who's trying to nail them through the walls. Just not the case just yet, though. Well. Look at this fight trying to begin. Fade it. What do you find here? Don't get double swung. Oh, never mind. They swing one after another. Instead, Sugar's able to trade off of that. That's brutal.
Yeah,
Of course,
not
X5G
timed
gets one
perfectly.
on flank as well.
They know it's clear right now, but oh no. Yeah, and Dennis is gonna go for
why are
more.
you
Sugar's
fighting?
reposition is absolutely nuclear, and he's picked up another triple kill. Surely that's gonna be it. FPS just turning it around, and it's a banger of a shot to close things out. It's a replica of map number 1 of the previous series, 13-5 in favor, or 13-4, sorry, in favor of Insilio.
Yeah.
Didn't even drop that 5th round. And you know what? That was the textbook showing that we expected to see from Insilio when it comes down to map number 1. Team Space did not really feel like they really got it going. CT side for Danis was something to get remotely excited about, but that was just him trying his damnedest to keep his teammates in the game. But the moment that we switched sides, the moment that Insilio picked up that pistol round, it felt like it was all destined to end in just
Yeah.
a couple of moments, which in the end of the day it did. So from here on out, I guess keeping it up with standard proceedings, Insilio win the map that we expected them to win, and it's now all about whether Team Space can bounce back on that map number 2. Mirage coming back right after the break.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events! At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events! At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Welcome back, folks. CCT Season 10, game number 4 of the day here in the main Swiss, as we're ready to jump into map number 2. Insilio with a pretty clean sweep, 13-4 and should their map pick pretty much go in the direction that we expected to get. What are our expectations out of Mirage, though?
I mean, I really expect Mirage to be a bit more of a battle when it comes down to it. The last map, we were expecting Insilio to take it. They took it in a much more dominant way than expected, but coming into Mirage, this is where things are going to be a bit more of a toss-up. Neither one of these teams have been doing, at least historically, doing so well. We have seen Team Space really turning up the heat on Mirage as of late, winning out 5 of their past matches, or 5 out of 6 of their past matches, so they're doing super well. The only team they lost to recently was Nexus, and that was an overtime. 19-16, so don't take anything away from that. They definitely could have taken that as well, and that could have been 6 out of 6, but instead, they're 5 out of 6 in terms of wins, and the most recent win was up against the Aurora Youngbloods, and that was an overtime brawl that went 22-19, so definitely, they have the reps on this map. They're looking to go ahead and try and prove themselves a little bit more, and if they win this one, they could be like, alright, Mirage, this is one of our maps. This is something we're going to try and play every time.
Yeah, absolutely. We're ready to jump into it. Speaking of it, as you said, recent results have been much better for the side of Team Space when it comes down to this Mirage. The only factor that I guess you could give to Insilio is the fact that they've been playing against slightly better opposition, right? As we pointed out, playing at the RMR close qualifier, playing against some other higher ranked teams in comparison to the ones that Team Space has been beating is the only good news when it comes down to Insilio and their Mirage. But a good pistol round start would be a good way to kick things off. Sugar up close into her short. Hold is going to be making first point of contact. I say that he's fully blinded into oblivion. Still able to find the first, tapping away for a second. Might need a little bit of assistance, and he's going to receive that courtesy of Sugar. Still alive in towards the back. Get right. Dancing around the pillar, tapping away with the USPs, bullets going left, right, and center. X5 finally able to find one, but it's Sugar with another. And just like that, with FPS striking down foes, Insilio are going to be able to pick up that CT side pistol round.
Yep, nope, excellently done by the side of Insilio. Able to go ahead and pick up their first just like that. Now they're going to be looking to see if they can go ahead and progress forward off the back of this to try and get themselves towards 2 and 3 and 0. Of course, looking at Team Space, they had themselves some good firefights when it came down to it. Got Hansenator up at 3,000, so he's got some extra funds to use, definitely. So a bit of a force-up is expected here. And as we do see the Tech 9s, the Mac 10s, along with the Galil making its way on out, Team Space, let's see if they can upset here. Because, I mean, if they do, they could be able to put the side of Insilio on ice immediately off the back of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same conversation we had on the previous map. It's pretty much just roles reversed. It's really important for Insilio not to allow Team Space to just get on a good start, which includes that force buy as well going in favor of Insilio. And as of right now, Sugar's going to be under a whole lot of pressure, and he's actually all alone. They have no one on a quick rotation in towards that B-bomb side. This is extremely dangerous.
It is dangerous once again. We will see them trying to progress forward with shots ringing up through Halls, and they are able to find out one Sugar to get some frag as well, living it down into a 4v3. We do see Insilio most likely playing for this retake. They got 3 able Nesses to do it with. Holt tanked down incredibly low, all the way down to 50. But this is a 3v3 with players incredibly low on the side Team Space. You gotta be careful. Drunic along with Hudson there below 50. Of course, the Santa's hanging out over at 89. And now as they make their way up, looking to play up from the Cat side and one from Market. This retake about to begin. And so far, they're just biding their time. They look for this util to fade. And they opt to push right on through it. And the initial fight is about to begin. They're going to be able to spot out the first FPS. Finds a frag there on the Trunic. Of course, responding alternator. Tries to find out one. Won't be able to do so. But we do see DeSantis making his way on through. Finds out one. Grabs himself an able nest. Of course, they go ahead. Grab themselves the bomb. But the shots from FPS are too quick to close things out. We'll see the side of Insilio deny the upset and put themselves 2-0.
That was really well played. Quite solid. Great diligence there. Of course, both to be highlighted in towards Kitchen, as you pointed out. 50 HP to work with. Waited it out, just held onto his position. Allowed his teammates to get a little bit closer, then started making contact. And even though he gets pushed in the end, he did allow his two teammates coming out of short to find the first 2 kills. So in the end of the day, it was just, a low HP Tech-9 trying to battle out an M4 in a 1 versus 1. And yeah, Insilio making it work. That first headshot that FPS gets through the bench is the big difference maker, though. If that player is able to tuck their head down and stay alive, that would have been a completely different round. That's a great response from Dadis, though. Bomb plant meaning another force buy coming in. And it's 2 for 1, but look at the HP on those T's. They're so fragile.
Yeah, no. Yeah, all of them. They could be knocked over by a breath of wind if they're not too careful. So,
someone give a rifle to Trunic, please.
Yeah, that'd probably be best. Yeah, there we go. Santos foregoing his, but ooh! Good shot of a Hansenator. He's gonna be able to find Pip W. This puts things in jeopardy, and it really is in jeopardy. Look at these last 2 Insilio players. They're just over towards B, on the complete opposite end of the map, and I mean, if they get this pick onto the player with the Galil, they might go for it, but I don't know if they will. Sugar, he's got himself a Galil. We do see Pulse on everyone else. There should be information. This is heading over here towards A now. And yeah, the quick rotates.
I think you give it a bit of a go. Bomb is still not down. They're going to be able to get a little bit closer. Obviously, the T's didn't know that the B or the A bomb side would be completely open. Now you're exploring your options. There's 2 ways to approach this one. Paul's got FPS has got money to buy himself. Paul's got enough to drop over potentially a FAMAS. So yeah, it kind of feels like it's going to be too risky to go for this, regardless of Sugar having a kit, regardless of Paul having a smoke and a molly to work with. There's just too many angles to clear out, and you know, this is one of those rounds, if you're in Insilio, you're just gonna take this chip on the shoulder. You're gonna be like, yeah, you know what, that was quite close. A couple close calls there. Hasinator, Dan is being low on HP. We're gonna be able to hold on to 2 guns. Sugar even gets that kill to Hasinator, which is still some great damage done onto the, I mean, already fragile T-side economy, regardless of them picking up this round. So it's not too bad for the CTs whatsoever. Team Space, of course, is going to be happy as they decide to go for the double force. Needed that one to work, at least for a bomb plant, and it works for 1 better. They pick up the round, so it's pretty much decent for both teams. This is the one that will matter quite a lot for Insilio.
Yeah, no, it certainly does. And now, as we get underway, this is the penultimate round of the first half, to say the least. Who's going to have the early momentum, and who is going to be falling to the wayside? Insilio, they have the chance to go ahead and really get a streak going, while the side of Team Space also have the chance to do it. The economy is rough on both these squads. And as we see them making their way up, bait it. Nice bit of aggression. Pays out nicely. Finds one. Retreats back. Not wanting to overplay it. Can't really blame him on that. But X5G, finding Pulse, evens things out immediately.
It's a great pickup in towards middle. I mean, I say a great pickup. It was a quick exchange, but for the T's is doing you a lot of justice right now. You know the CT side is going to be low on you, so weaponry is not going to be absolutely perfect. So now you can group up. You can use that 1 for 1. Just refract your way efficiently into a bomb site. Still, no quick rotations. So instead of right now, we're pretty much hoping that either the Scout or the MP9 is going to go absolutely nuclear.
I know it definitely could be, and it's a bit of utility as well. Hansenair gonna drop one down. That's the information from Pip W. He swings off of it, but loses his life. Now Hansenair making his way forward, just makes short work of them. The A site capitulates immediately. And now Team Space will be able to go ahead and deny a third round wave Insilio and put themselves at the tie. That's gonna be 2-2 off the back of this. Fade it, Sugar, just hang it in, hang it out. Let me saving over what they can.
Yeah, as we said, pretty decently played by the side of by the side of Team Space. You just go out middle. You know you've got the advantage, weaponry wise, util wise. You get a 1 for 1, a little bit of damage. You fall back. The CTs not really being too explorative, I think, is the right word to use here on the defensive side of things. Not really willing to push for information, not really willing to go for too many aggressive plays. We've seen them a couple times approach those situations in the fashion of just stacking a couple players towards, respectively, the two bomb sites being pretty isolated from one another. I guess that allows you to go for the saves if things don't work out initially on the bomb side defenses, but in the end of the day, if you're team space, you're going to be taking those rounds every day of the week. And for Insilio, it's not really the same case as it was in the previous round. You're not going to really buy on the back of those two saved guns. We're probably going to run an eco, so expecting something a little bit more creative coming out of Faded and Sugar, potentially, if you want to stand the chance to steal this one away.
Well, now as we get this going, let's see it, Team Space. Go ahead and get yourself a clean streak roll. I mean, we've got a couple of rifles to use on Insilio. This is doable with that AT. Oh, they lined up!
God.
That could have been huge.
That's still dangerous, though. And a big dig onto another player. That's a lot of damage being done. You still have the man advantage on the D side, but look at the HP. X5 down is... They're all so fragile, and even the pistol of bolt is going to be as dangerous as a rifle under those circumstances. And they've already committed to the A play. They still have one person in towards top middle. That's X5. He needs to be really careful and really wise with his choice of timing to go for any move, actually. I was going to say fight, just to make his way out of there. He's one bullet away from going down, and the A play is coming in, and still have all their players stacked up here.
Well, to make their way up, this 5-7 Pulp does it get to activate in a big way. Ooh, it does. Finds out one, does get traded. Of course, Hans and Air Fossil able to find out frags each, lead it down to Fade It, last man standing. Are you going for this? Well, I suppose you're kind of stuck in. Player behind him. Player up in Spallis, and oh, I thought he had it, man. Just not able to pull off the frag.
It's still good effort. I mean, you were bringing in 2 rifles and 3 pistols into the mix. You're still able to make them sweat a little bit, do a bit of damage. Of course, money is slowly going to rack up for the T side as they've won 3 in a row, and you haven't really been able to get 4 or 5 kills every single time. So, yeah, it's at least good that you're putting up somewhat of a fight in those rounds. You're not letting Team Space feel like they're just running away with everything. A bit of a switch of approach, though. Early nades in towards middle, and in towards A they go. It's going to be a little bit quicker.
Alrighty, well, it looks like what you're saying is about to occur. Pop towards A, utility coming up from mid as well. There is one player still watching for the rotators, and now let's get back underway. Consonator able to go ahead and find out first.
Oh my god.
You see him go ahead and double it up as well. Faded, FW dealt with immediately. FPS does trade back, but of course is incredibly low. Pulse looking for long range battles. It's going to be smoked off the angle. And this Descent is watching for them to maybe make a move over here towards Ticket. Doesn't look like they're going to play for that.
Oh my god.
What? That's insane, DeSantis. Yeah, sure, just do it that way, I suppose. What was that?
You just can't do anything against it, can you? He just
I
straight
mean,
up
you don't
returned the
expect
spam
it.
through the smoke with an AVP.
It's just like, person right here. Better kill him. Oh, dear God. Well, there we go. I mean, that's going to be the side of Team Space putting themselves up forward. They go ahead and pull themselves ahead with 2 rounds, and they could be able to possibly try and get themselves for 5 and 6 as well, putting it that 6-round marker would make sure that the side of Insilio will have to play for a game of catch-up for the rest of the half. And I mean, even if they get 6-6, that's a decent place to be. And this is T side as well. You would say that at least a little bit, CT side is preferable.
I mean, you know what? In their defense and in defense of their chances, I'd say CT side is preferable. Nowadays, with how Counter-Strike 2 is, I'd say Nuke is probably the only map on which you could say it's CT-sided. The game entirely is just T-sided. Mirage is probably one of the more balanced ones, but I wouldn't be putting too much thought into it. I think especially if you're in Insilio, you're just thinking about it one step at a time. I don't think you're accepting this as a big failure if it's a 6-6 at halftime.
Yeah, no, you don't consider it a failure, that's for sure. I mean, the percentage of top 30 matches, right, is 51.6% favored to CT side.
Yeah,
with
so it's balanced
48.4. So
Yeah.
it's very balanced. The most balanced map, actually, at least currently, is Dust 2. 50.1% to 49.9.
See what the addition of one box does to a map.
Insane. Anyway, when we get back underway, of course, we do see the side of Team Space looking to play up over here through a ramp. Of course, this is just a bit of a pistol round. We do see Pulse on the hero rifle, FPS on the scout. I mean, if FPS can dole out damage as they entry out onto A, it really could be a decent look. Pip W there to finish. Pip just declines frags as well. Someone get on one fade and finds frag as well, keeping it nice into their favor. The Molotov, though,
Oh my goodness.
slowing things down very quickly. You see Insilio decimated. It's all down to Sugar. FPS on the scout. It's gonna fall off that angle immediately as he does see an HE come through. A lot of smokes. Just tons of utility over towards Con.
I mean, you say
these Insilio players are.
You say they get decimated. It's still a 2 versus 2. Boso is down to 65 HP, and Danis is on an AVP, so it's pretty much up in the air. 5 doable still. All you need is a headshot from a 5-7. Why not a double? They spotted the second one, and he's on the timer right now. Danis in a whole lot of trouble. And what about another big multi-kill from Sugar? Had plenty of those on Ancient. It's just the 5-7 that he needed this time around. We talked about Sugar and his incredibly high highs when he's got a good day. Had a bit of an off series earlier today in the game that Insilio was not able to convert against Cloud9 today. He's been showing up to play. This guy is on another level. Of course, as we pointed out, quite a lot of experience when it comes down to the CAS scene, the doldrums of it. We're talking about teams like Webster's, Boston Crab, Ave, GMT, and now Insilio. But when he's on, really is on. That was a massive round to pick up.
Yeah. Absolutely enormous there, as we do see the side of Insilio now having the rifles to use. And I mean, Team Space, I was thinking that they could be able to go ahead and hit 6 to go ahead and make them play for the Tide. Meanwhile, now we could just see them stuck at 4. We could be seeing the Tide come up, especially as FPS goes ahead and activates for the first.
That's such an insane opening to find, and the fact that there was an AVP on the other side just holding for it makes it even more crazy in that situation. It's a big opening kill for FPS. Danis showing that good form on Ancient. He was probably, particularly, the only player that we were excited about when it comes down to Team Space on map number 1. So making sure that you're not letting him, especially on the T side, get fired up. Of course, CT side-wise, it would be a little bit easier for the Ober, but in the first half for FPS, he is the one that needs to try and dominate the map. It's a good opening.
Yeah.
Especially after the first couple rounds where Team Space was able to get, worst case scenario, 1-for-1 in towards middle. Best case scenario, get that man advantage. Now Insilio find themselves in a 5v4. Make that a 5v3. And pulls out of there.
Yeah, Paul able to go ahead and find himself out one and retreat immediately. It's a smart move, Paul. Ooh,
He's crazy.
Sticks in for the fight. That's amazing. I can't believe Taruna gets that. Works out beautifully to go ahead and start to even the odds a little bit more. Of course, it's into a 4v3. There's one player towards ticket that they need to deal with. They seem to be aware that player could be there. And, oh, that is rough. That smoke not blocking him completely. Trunic advances his way forward. Now Fossil all alone. Fossil finds the first, needs to tap away to find out 2 more. Unfortunately for himself, not the plan, especially as Insilio closed things out to get the defuse. And just like that, 4-4, all tied back up.
It's a big round as well because you keep 3 alive. This is one round that you're going to be particularly happy with. Regardless of Paul going down there for a second, you get the opening kill with the AVP, 5v4, Paul gets another, 5v3, he goes for the refrag, doesn't work out, but he was still pretty much luring them to go for that A play. You had 2 players in towards ticket. The moment that the offer strikes from short, the guys on side feel pressure to search for space somewhere else, and I mean, logically, they try and push into CT to get those fights. Weren't expecting 2 players, of course.
Yeah.
Not looking bad on the CT side anymore, and this is the T's experiencing some financial issues once again with just 1 AK in the mix. It has been spotted already.
Well, that was the edge their way around. Santa's.
Oh, no.
Nice.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Things are in jeopardy.
Yep.
Does this fall apart here?
Pretty certain it does, yeah. Yeah, it could. I mean, it's still doable. They need that kill. That's a big find from Sugar. It's probably gonna force them to go for a bit of an A play here. They've heard his steps falling back, but it's still not a sure thing. Even if you want to follow, you're gonna be able to find him out. And you know, this kill from Sugar here, especially if he's able to drop that second player heading in towards B.
Yeah.
Might force them to go for the A play. Bob's already in Palace.
I mean,
Hit W's position is great.
It depends on how much time they wait at this point, because, I mean, we are getting down to the bitter edge of the time. DeSantis is going to make his way forward. Oh, this comes out Atomic Sugar.
You seen him.
Oh.
Heard him.
Uh-oh. Good timing.
Massive.
That's going to be the kill. And now they got to go A. There's going to be a player to come up through con. 2 players on site to deal with him. PipW is aware. He's watching for the player pals. Finds his head off. That's the bomb being dropped. That's going to buy some time. Of course, Hansenero trying to make his way forward. It's just the pistols to use now. Oh, the timing. That's such a shame. Fossil had it lined up but turned away at the last second. And just like that, Hansenator, last man standing, finds a kill. 15 seconds, but the bomb out of control. As we do see a Molotov go down to close this out. And there is now no more of a chance, and enable that's being retrieved is the best they can hope for.
Yeah, this is becoming really, really scrappy, but I guess if you're in Insilio, it still does the job in a way. Sugar is the one that saves you massively. Overextension potentially coming in from faded in towards middle, going for that under peak, no support whatsoever, just goes for the wild swing, goes down, short player follows suit by the AK of X5. And from that point on, it's just Sugar pushing in towards, be able to get that first kill, able to deal with the second player as well, of Danis, I believe it was, that tried to find that space in towards the B-bomb side, and from that point on, they were just forced to go for the A play, which, as we already discussed, PW's position was just excellent to deal with, especially with the presence of the Opera to get some of the attention away.
Well, now as they start to make their way around, it looks like they're going to be making a bit of an attempt to go through mid here. I can't really blame them on this. They're looking for a different avenue of attack. And it looks like they're going to be trying to play their way maybe up through con. There's 2 players to deal with them over there towards a ramp. That's going to be a position they shouldn't expect altogether. But a spam for Pole through Palace, or not Palace, but Apartments isn't going to be netting anything.
Ice on the double ramp push. This is a massive maneuver. You've left middle. You know you've lost presence. You've heard it, Yuto. You know they have a lot of numbers there, so you're pretty much forced to make a move, and this is a great one. Faded's position is going to be perfect. You have 2 more players there in the AVP FPS right outside. Are they going towards B right now? Going up short?
I think they might be.
Oh. That's an interesting one. You're pretty much isolating the Palace player like that. I mean, they're not going to get faked out. The Ope is still near enough. He's going to hear the jump in towards window. They molly short. This is just going to fall apart. They need to get ahead of the Molotov, but all of that is being really nicely communicated across. FPS gets the first one. Danis with a lovely reaction, though.
There we go. We're going to see Fade able to find out one. Hansenero finds out a kill as well. Let me get all down into a 3v3. Now the retake about to come through. HE, that's going to get some good damage. Ooh, it's really chunky. Trunic, Hansenero catch damage from both, leaving it down into a bit of a desperate situation in terms of their HP pool. Just about 120 in between the 2 at this point. A little bit more, but FW trying to edge their way up.
Oh my
HE
god.
goes down. That's going to land a little bit more. Man, Hansenator keeps getting chunks taken out of him. Of course, FPS finds a kill. PipW finds one as well. Now it's all down to DeSantis, who's dealt with immediately. And just like that. That will be the Insilio squad having the debut kit along with a round to take themselves a 6th.
This is great awareness from the Oper, by the way. This is just him showing good due diligence. He spotted out 2 players heading in towards the default. Didn't see any of them walk away. They chucked in a couple HEs. Short players going for the wide peak. Don't spot anyone up close. It is a pretty big alarm that there is a chance, there is a possibility, if they got uncomfortable towards the back of default, which they probably did, to boost someone up. So it is a massive pickup, and then from that point on, it was just a cleanup crew coming in. This is 2 occasions on which we've seen Insilio retake be perfectly in 3v3 scenarios with 2 players coming out of short. Apparently a pretty comfortable one for the team, and now they're still in the contest of potentially getting even 8 rounds in that first half.
Well, let's see it. It looks like they'll make their way forward, of course. FPS. Ooh, big win. Let's see what that cost them. Of course, we do see Hansenator find out one. Fade it. Top of mid. You know, pull on the rotate. It's in a good position to go through snipers.
This is so odd. They seem to know X5 was top middle, so they are looking for him, and sooner or later they could realize what's going on. And Poser is going around the world and towards despawn right now. What is going on?
I have no idea.
X5's on B. He really is taken around the world to a whole nother level. Issue is, they know. and they're going to be holding for this. So he's going to instantly go down probably any moment now that he decides to go for a peek. Bomb trying to go back. They thought they had it. Faded. Already pushed up, meaning X5 needs to start moving forward. And unfortunately for him, Sugar is already in position to deal it up.
What exactly happened in this round, man? I mean, it just
that's
felt like
a really
they got
good
stuck
question.
over towards Tetris, you know? It's like,
Could be
they're like,
reutilized for a lot of the rounds so far this game.
That was, it was a round.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, just like that. Is this an 8-4 half or a 7-5 half? Alrighty. No, let's get out of the way. Ooh, Paul. Well, I'm not sure how he wasn't heard there.
You know what's the beauty of Counter-Strike? Of games like
Oh,
that. You just look at the good frags. You just look at some nice shooting. A lot of it is not gonna make too much sense, but hey.
Yeah, just
Over
like
here.
this right here, where X5G is all the way in CT right now.
Pip W is gonna realize that as well, but it's all
well,
about.
he's going.
I mean,
he's
he
gonna
knows
realize
it's
it
a
when that's the ball
possibility,
set.
but there's. Oh my
never
god.
mind.
Right.
All
yeah,
right, that
turns
works.
around at the perfect time, gets that kill, and now you know they're coming out of ramp. If he gets one more, he's an absolute criminal. Still, a think is so massive on Vozo, especially with Hastinator going down to Polt. This bomb site is gonna start shrinking really, really quickly now for the CTs, or for the T, sorry. Player spotted in towards Antares. Low HP. Bozo any moment now is just gonna get blindsided. Well, the same happens to Danis, but even a little bit quicker than that. Bozo with some good effort, but Insilio able to recover massively into that first half and still get another 8-4 here, regardless of this being Mirage already. And Team Space definitely feeling the pressure.
Oh yeah, no, they're gonna be feeling it here on outs. Of course, they're down by 4 coming into their CT side, and like I said, statistics slightly favor the CT side, but it's not much. So really, they've got to put up a stellar performance coming up into this next. We saw a beautiful run of rounds out of Insilio, able to claim themselves 6 in a row. And I mean, Team Space, how do you come back from a deficit like that? I mean, it's gonna be a shock to the mental, to say the least.
That's one way to put it. And if you lose that pistol round, it's going to be another shock. And another. Yeah. Also, been a long day for Tunic. 111 at halftime. Not perfect. That's a good way to start it.
Well, ooh. Yes!
Oh, no.
Goes for the swing, finds a nice little kill.
It's not getting better for Tunic, is it?
No, it's not, unfortunately. I didn't even realize Phoenix 1 and 12.
Well. How did we get here? Hastinator. 1 versus 3 clutch on the cards. Still not spotted out. Now he has been. That's a good pickup on 2 FPS, but this is going to alert the B-bomb side. It's pretty vacant to work with, and the bomb is already making its way there. So bomb plant secured, at least. Sugar on 14 and 4. Looking for another one. And Sugar and Polder are probably the 2 players that you don't want to be up against in a 1 versus 2 under those circumstances. But he kind of has to go for it. First player spotted. Tapping away, doing a little bit of chip damage. Isolated though into 2-1 versus 1. So unfortunately for him, it's 2-1v1s. Now they're not really favorable for him. Sugar gonna be able to pick that one up. 15-4 for Sugar. It's an absolutely massive performance from this guy on the side of Insilio. And Team Space now with a pretty tough decision to make. Do you give Insilio 10 rounds, or you go for a force buy and you risk giving them 11?
At this point, I mean, I don't know what you would want to call there as a coach. Be like, okay, guys, yeah, no, they're going to go for the save. They want to have themselves the full rifle round. Because, I mean, in all intents and purposes, if you're able to take away some of these weapons from Insilio, right, on these pistols, you could be able to go ahead and completely break the economy into this upcoming round. To where we're going to see really weak weapons in the hands of Insilio. So, definitely, the choice to do this is, I think, the correct one. Runic is able to find out one this one. Speaking about, he finds out one. Let's see another come through. I'm surprised they haven't disengaged here. Block is out for FPS, oddly enough. Yeah, he'll trade over to the Galil, but I mean, they've got a rifle to use now. They put it down to a 3-4 players are decently low, playing close, made it. Finds out one is tagged down. Oh! Team Dink there. Sugar. Don't hurt your teammates too much. This Trunic is tagged all the way down to 41. Fossil. Trying to make his way up, it's dealt with. Sugar deals with him, and now Trunic. Come on. I want to see him get 1 here. If he does, things are in a decent spot. If he gets 2,
You really
it's
think
really
so?
good for this next.
Right. Well, unfortunate. It's another multi-kill for Sugar. That's 1 more to the tally. 17 and 4. And just wanted to highlight, by the way, Insilio has been showing some really good patience in those moments. As you said, a lot of teams would probably panic at the sight of spotting out so many pistols, try and just run it back in towards the B-bomb side, but they realize they're still in a good enough spot. They can just hold on, let the CTs keep on pushing. Don't risk getting caught in some weird rotations. Don't risk letting them get back to B before you do. B is a bit more of a choke point than A is in that context, and you can still prioritize the long-range fights in some type of a way with the rifles. So yeah, showing some good patience. Another tactical timeout coming in for Insilio. Team Space yet to actually use a single one, which is a bit of an interesting one. Of course, a point that I wanted to make before the start of this is actually a nice little matchup, not between the teams only, but between 2 ex-teammates. We have Waterfalls coaching Team Space, Voblana, of course, coaching Insilio, 2 ex-teammates from Quantum Bellator Fire. QBF, of course, played 2 majors together. The Elite Boston Major, the Faceit London Major in 2018. Played on Windstrike as well. Extremum played a little bit over 400 maps together in their careers as players.
And well, now we've got to see if that can all come out. I mean, getting into this, we do see 10-4 Team Space. They're on a very large back foot at this point. We're going to be seeing if X5G can go ahead and counteract things. I think he missed a smoke there. But, shots ring through. DeSantis able to find out the first. That's a good opener. We'll see it followed up. X5G with the MP9. Nice a player at bench. Now these players kind of stuck. Uh-oh. It's falling apart. Polk gets off a kill, but it's the cost of his HP. Tacked all the way down to 7. Really faded. Kind of alone in this situation. There's not
You just
much
gotta be
that he
careful,
can be
though.
backed up on.
It's a 2 versus 4 right now. That was a 2v5. If you're Team Space, you want to keep it as clean as possible. You don't want to give anything away to Faded and Pult. And you know, at this point, even a save could be considered, by the way, by those 2, because you're working with a limited amount of money on Pip W and Sugar in the next round, potentially, and I think they already realized it. Pult is so low on HP. If he wasn't, then you might be thinking about giving this one a go, but you press tap, you look at the money, you realize you were just straight up stopped towards the back of the B-bomb site. Wasn't a bad call, wasn't a bad idea. Team Space were just positioned nicely for it, played it perfectly, got the kills that they were supposed to. It's time to call it off. You're in no rush, no need to force the issue right now. Let Space enjoy it. You still have a 10-5 lead. You're going to be able to reinvest into the next round. Faded and Paul drop over AKs, Pip W and Sugar.
So, I mean, this is a good call when it comes down to it, but regardless, as we do see them, maybe they go for this? No, they don't. They can't. Sorry, I don't realize time was so low. Yeah, 10 seconds, nothing to do. They're just going to go ahead, stack up together, grab these AKs, hold them over. Trunic is actually in a great position to try and deny. He just has no information that these players are all the way in the back of Palace. Well, there we go. 10-5. Team Space. Currently down by 5. They gotta make a good run of rounds to pull this together. But as we do see the rifles coming through, the up is not in the server for either squad. It's a bit of a shame to see. I love to see the up trying to control mid there. It can be so effective in certain situations.
Three-man setup. Player in towards sandwich any moment now, going to be making contact. Oh, Vosu gets spotted out, so does Danis, and that A defense just falls apart in a matter of seconds. That's a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, they were picked apart piece by piece, only a little bit of damage done, and it's most of the damage, and the only frag to come through, is done just so late. I mean, if that came through in the beginning of that, where they were able to find out one to slow them down, it could have been decent, but I mean, there's nothing you can do here. We just see X5G. What's our DC?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
No, FPS DC, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty certain.
You know, that's all I was thinking. It was like, well, I didn't see the kill come through. All right,
Yeah.
well, there we go. But that's super unfortunate as well now, because I mean, you want to carry over both those rifles. Now only one gets carried over, and it's not even, you know, you get fragged out.
Yep. It isn't lucky. Oh yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
it's Hansinator.
Said FPS is Hasinator. Yeah. It was one of the CTs. Yeah. They had two guns. FPS is on the other team. But yeah. Instead of holding on to two rifles, you're gonna hold on to one, which at this point is quite a big deal. There's the kill Hasinator being able to drop FPS through the smoke and then getting DC straight after that. So it's a bit of a tough one. Gives us a little bit of time to tell you guys about skin plays. If you want to get yourselves hooked up with some good old nice CS drip, you can head over there. I think that's what the young kids say, drip. I'm not using the.
Ted.
What?
Please stop.
What do you mean?
Don't.
That's what Gen Z. That's what Gen Z.
No. That was like 2016, man. That was a long time ago.
Ah, right.
Yeah, no, that was like. That was a long time ago.
You know what's the thing with me and American TikTok culture? Because that's what I call all of that gibberish.
Man, believe me, the language has got like a lot worse since then. I'm just saying. That was like, I was in high school when that happened. When that was all being settled on.
I mean, I was in high school in 2016 as well.
Well, exactly, you know.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since then.
How old are you?
25.
Right. Yeah. Almost the same age.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm 47. By soul.
By soul.
Yeah, 23 by identity card.
What are we doing by injury?
68. Well,
yeah.
Yeah, hopefully everything's gonna be alright with Hasinator, folks. We hope he's gonna be able to come back into the server fairly shortly. Of course, the moment that we get some information and some updates, we're gonna let you know. And yeah, he is coming back pretty soon. And just a fun fact to share with everyone at home, in case you guys haven't heard some nice Bulgarian pop. Folklore music, pop music, old school tunes. Our production crew has got you covered. They're gonna let you know what the good stuff sounds like.
Production's like, no. Oh man, there he is. He's back in.
Yay!
You know, even if Hansenator is a stand-in, or if he's trialing, I mean, he's doing good, you know.
I'd guess he's staying for a while because he's played 5 best of 3s in a row now, and
I will say, unfortunately, the scoreline doesn't reflect what he's been trying to put out. He's done a lot. He's 15
I mean, his scoreboard reflects it. He's been playing alright, but I think all in all, obviously there's gonna be a couple exit kills in there. Insilio have been, I'd say that team-wise, Insilio have deserved to have a lead. Of course, there's been a couple closer rounds, but all in all, Insilio is looking like the more solid of the two sides. So yeah, this is the chance for Team Space. This is the chance for Hasinator. Big round needed. That's the one. You win it and you stay in the fight, or you lose it, and, well, you pretty much lose the series, and Insilio go 2-0.
Well, as we do see this coming underway, let's see it, Insilio. Do you go ahead and look to close this out? Trying to be on series point in just a moment. And it's been a you tell. Fast forward. Ooh, DeSantis. There you go.
Nice on beat.
Start us off on a strong foot.
E-plays coming in. X5, gotta hold on. There goes the first one, and a second. MP9 is absolutely nuclear. And Fosu's rotated away as well. Talking about way, Holt is far away in towards that A-bomb site, just now making his way out there. And he's got a bit of a fortunate timing, by the way. Truning didn't see him. Holt might be able to get a couple kills out of this. He's already thinking about holding onto his AK by the looks of things, but yeah, actually, no one walking into him. He is holding onto his AK. There's no but. That's end of sentence. That's what he's doing.
Paul just going ahead, carrying over what he can. Makes sense. This is a great round out team space as well. Just look at what they were able to pull off here. They got all 5 alive, which is absolutely enormous. Well, there we go. We're going to see this come up in a big way. What do you think? Do you think there's a really good chance now?
I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to say really good.
I mean, I think this is where you want to start.
Yeah, it's a good starting point, but I wouldn't say at 11-6. I wouldn't say they've got a really good chance of making this work. I'd say it's possible. You still got to put up a lot of fight for it. You still got to put in a lot of work. Maybe if they win 2 more buy rounds. I'm counting this one as a buy round, even though they've got like a little scout and Yuto's not perfect. This one more, and then we can start having that conversation.
Well, let's see. Can they get themselves up towards 8s and 9? It's a long run, but it's doable. Now, we're just going to see them playing it out decently slowly here in the beginning. Insilio know that things could hang in the balance. Bit of util being tossed out.
Ace split on the cards. Short kill is really important right now. Did they deal with Fozo? Oh, a lot of trouble here. Molotov gonna force Danis out of position. Response is good though. Fozo and Trunic strike in unisons. Sugar though, hitting the smoke. It's all about the timing. Does he clear out his back? Does he realize? Oh my goodness, he's gonna turn around in the most perfect of times. Hastinator goes down. You know where the CT player was. Fozo picked up a kill from short. Trunic picked up a kill from CT. You know where both those guys are, and you know X5 is the B player. So regardless of this being a 3 versus 3, the T's actually have the majority of the information that they might need to make this one doable.
Alright, we're going to see them starting to aggress up here on the team space side now. 2 players from CT, 1 from jungle. Of course, we got players at con and ramp that they have to deal with. These angles are pretty closed off.
Smoking kid.
As we see them edging their way around. Trunic. Down a bit of utility. Of course, watches them through. Dogs ring out. There you go, FPS. Oh my gosh, that's the way to do it right there. Fuzzle all alone, nothing to do. He finds himself an extra kill, backs off, and that is 12. That point's achieved.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, I want to give a little bit of credit to Sugar once again, by the way. I know he goes down in the end, but the fact that he gets that kill onto Hastinator, this is the one thing that secures the bomb site for a plan to go in. And then the fact that he allows FPS to have an isolated fight against the one player on top of the default. Because if it's not for Sugar, that player from Connector is swinging upstairs and probably getting a refrag there. Or at least he's going to join in the party. Because of Sugar, that third player is totally removed from the equation, right? So you just have one guy to protect the bomb diffuser. And yeah, as we said, it's a long road for Team Space. Now, even a little bit longer. 12-6, 1 away from converting, and that flash in the aggressive play has been hurt, so Danis is pretty much a dead man walking. Well, he's not walking anymore. He's 6 feet under.
Yeah, no, he certainly is. The grave is starting to fill up as we do see it left down into a 5v4. Now as they make their way forward, X5G is looking for a fight over there towards apartments, but look at this. Silently, they aggress up here through the cat side. Of course, we do see...
Oh, too short?
Swinging Hansenator! There you are! He's been the star, and he certainly proves to be yet again, finding himself a nice little 2-piece. Of course, he's looking to see if more can come from it, and X5G finds it, leaving it all down to the final 2. And just like that, the round back in jeopardy.
Sugar's still alive, though. He's on 20 kills, and he's been kicking ass all day long. FPS, low on HP, is going to make him a little bit anxious about actually making the cross in towards the bomb side, but now he's going to do it. Bomb gets planted. No one stopped that from happening. Sugar with a good angle to work with. Issue is, FPS is still alone towards the back of the side, and Sugar is going to get only 1 fight. Actually, no fights. They're retaking this from B-Apps and short. This fight is everything, though. X5 needs to get the kill, and FPS is going to beat him to it. Headshot angle, M4, low HP does not make a difference. And now it's all about finding where Sugar is. You know about FPS, but it's just about wasting the time. P comes in, now you know where both are, but FPS is just trying to buy time at this point. There's no way he gets another one. Today, they're just gonna hit him with a pre-fire, but low HP is gonna be a factor, and surely Sugar is gonna clutch it up once again. It's 22-7. Sugar is the one thing that Team Space did not get enough of today. A fantastic closure by Insilio. 13-4, 13-6. Complete and utter domination.
Yeah, that is catastrophic. We've seen 2 slaughters today now here in CCT. It's been absolutely brutal for 2 different squads. And man, just seeing that previous one go down, it's a bit rough. Team Space, you're hoping for a lot better there. You're in a bit of a CIS derby. It doesn't work out for you. You fall apart there at the end. And it looked like there were some signs of life in it, but they just couldn't come together. I mean, before this, we saw another really dominant victory. Gaming Gladiators able to beat Alsampi in a similar fashion. So I have to say, all in all, this is a really brutal place to be. But, of course, this does mean we have a full list of teams moving on to and if we could go ahead and pull up the results from earlier in the day, we can start to break that down as well, because we got 4 teams moving on and 4 teams dropping down into a lower division. Of course, our lower place in the Swiss. And taking a look at the high seed matches, Gaming Gladiators, along with Insilio, Sinners, and Permita, all taking their matches, while we do see Revenant Alliance, along with Sampi and Team Space, all dropping down into the 1-1, so they're gonna have to try and fight quite a few more days.
Yeah, respectively on the other side of the bracket, we have Aurora Youngblood, DMS Eyeballers, and Fatbed, and in the Doldrums pretty much, right, where they're going to be playing Elimination, Best of 3s in their next series, and of course a couple more teams of Cybershock, Endpoint, Copenhagen Wolves, and 9 being able to get their first win, so they're going to be joining in the 1-1 bracket as well. We're going to see it on the screen as of right now, of course, updated, ready to wrap up the day. We're going to have one final quick look at the table. As we already pointed out, we have 4 teams in the 2-0, 4 teams in the 0-2, and we still have a couple more, 8 to be precise, in the 1-1 bracket, meaning that from here on out it becomes a lot more interesting. We're going to have a couple qualification best of 3s, we're going to have a couple elimination matchups. Just before rounding it out, as you're looking at the 0-2s, this is a fun game that I like playing. Is there a team that you could see from the 0-2 actually making it all the way into the playoffs?
Oh man, 0-2. I don't know. I don't think so, honestly. I'll be honest with you.
Alright.
Maybe DMS Eyeballers.
Sure. Okay.
But I think those are long shots.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's always going to be a long shot. We're talking about an 0-2, and unfortunately, the next game is going to be a bit of a long shot, and by that I mean that we have a bit of a prolonged break until it comes into fruition. I don't really think we've got the schedule. Yeah, we don't have the draw for tomorrow's matchups yet, ladies and gents, but what we do know is that we're going to be starting tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Central European time as well with the first matchup, and of course, we're going to have 4 best of 3s in total, so make sure you tune in. I believe we're starting with an elimination best of 3. Yeah, I think we're starting with the first 2 elimination best of 3s, and then we're going to move into the first 2 qualification matchups tomorrow. So it's going to be guns blazing. It's going to be a really exciting day. Thank you for being with us throughout this entire day. Thank you to everyone over at production, everyone for staying up late, up until well, it's 10 p.m. actually Central European time, 11 p.m. my time. I don't know what's the time where you live. What's the time where you live?
4 p.m.
Right, okay, so screw you. I mean, you're ending your work day in a normal time, but yeah. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Been a lovely day, and we hope to see you tomorrow for some more CCT Season 10 Europe action.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases, upgrade dropped skins, and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skinplace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.